I got it. How's everyone doing? Good, unless we're range bound today. Could be. Vol's staying pretty flat so far for the opening session. Um, hmm. Bond market meltdown is bullish, right? 10 years back above 4.5. 20 years almost at 5%. No, not at all. It's quite bad. Quite bad, Bob. No big move down on such lame PPI. That's because the impact of it, the immediate impact of it's kind of mixed. Bear steepener's up another 10% this morning, 0.62. The spread there's getting pretty nasty. Some of the breath fell out yesterday. Correlation on vol is still increasing. Ooh, skew picked up to the downside a lot yesterday. Holy shit. New low. Skew's the lowest it's been since July 30th of last year. Which are the two lowest points all the way back to September of 2023 or April of 2023. Hmm. Does that mean that Delta Flip's not coming down as much as Gamma Flip? There's not a very significant shift in Delta at spot. It could just be that the Delta Flip is fucking fucked up. No, it doesn't look fucked up. Sometimes it's just the data's weird. Oh, we got Michigan now. Damn. Consumer sentiment 50.8 versus expected 54. 5-year inflation expectation up to 4.4. Consumer expectations down to 47.2 from an estimated 50. Current conditions down to 56.5 from an estimated 61.5. And near term inflation expectations from 5% to 6.7. Eek. That's not a good print. There's like a little bit of support in here. 60 through 75. Under 60, gamma starts to fall a little bit more negative. Interesting. All these people trying to place orders on XSP are messing up the bid ask. Get off my options chain. Valid. I missed the top. We left a little gap up at 82, like right here. Maybe not. I don't think anyone expected consumer sentiment to be super great. If we fail 5,200 early, what's the trajectory for the day look like? That would be pretty bearish. I'm not going to tell you. Go look at the charts. I'm not going to tell you what super far out of the fucking money option to buy. Ridiculous. What's up, Nuke? How's your week been, man? Missed you. It's been dog shit. Fair. No Kashkari. We could be seeing bond yields go up because investors no longer see America as the best place in the world to invest. Nice. Crash Kari being a bit of a Chad today, huh? Basically, so it doesn't give a fuck where yields are and will only step in if a liquidity issue arises. That makes sense. Hmm. I get the feeling shit's not updating the way it should be. I know it is. Okay. Never mind. Futures data isn't updating. That was weird. $5,300's a pretty big resistance. Why? Why would shorts? I don't think there's that many shorts in GME right now. Personally. There's been covering over the last like few days, so I don't think it looks all that great. Could definitely just chop around one. There's plenty of support where it is right now, but doesn't look like there's any significant liquidity issues or anything. Does everyone forget that GameStop issued like millions and millions of shares? And it's no longer illiquid like it used to be? Mm. Am I correct to read the data? If they get over 5,300, it's a struggle all the way up. It's a bit of a struggle to the upside, yeah. There's not a lot of like out of the money delta. A little bit building out here. Some sold calls probably. But looks like yeah, there's a little bit out to like 53.45. But if you go out further on the chain, there's not that much. Most of the gamma is to the downside right now. But with no uptick in vol, it's probably not going to get realized. So again, so far it's doing kind of what I expected it to do today, which is chop. RC saved the shorts. Yep. Is GME? I mean, it's not dead. It's just it is what it is now, which is a failing video game business with possibly some Bitcoin holdings bought at the top. We're in the middle of a global trade war. I don't think anybody's particularly interested in the cannabis industry right now. There hasn't been any like political discussion of it. It was far more of a important point. In the last time he was in office. Do you have a 16:10 monitor? I don't think so. They're like standard aspect ratio. 27-inch curved panels. Oh, they're 2K. That might be why. What's more important to note for today? Pre-market highs and lows, or after 9:30 highs and lows? Neither. I don't think that matters at all. DM do a screenshot question. Yeah, I could. Yeah, it could be a spread. Chart settings are just Central Time. Mine aren't. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. When are you opening the hedge fund? Not anytime soon. And why would I ever open it to the public? I hope your week has been well. I'm late to the party today. If you think we test 5,200, not break it, just test it, or if things suggest otherwise. Seems like data is mad a poopy. There's not really enough of an increase in volatility yet, I don't think, to warrant a test of 5,200. But a further failure here might open up some things. We're starting to slip out of that, bullish support or slightly bullish support. Maybe if we get under 40, the chances of getting that test would go up a little. Yeah, I have. How many of you are like even preferred investors? Most of you couldn't invest in a hedge fund. That's a big assumption, but I'm going to go ahead and assume it. So, I swear to God, if you ask me another fucking question today, I'm going to time you out. I'm not IPOing. Baker had sold me a preferred investor license in the Discord. I'm giving him 5 to 10K every week with nice gains. I'm glad to hear it. We left two gaps to the upside. 65 and 45. I thought I was pretty clear about that. No? I said it made it more favorable to go long vol because the current IV is lower than the historic. You're not the first to like the stream. There's 122 other likes, which is embarrassingly low, by the way. And I'm disappointed in all of you. That's a question. Time out. Valid. Inside gap. Two things. You're immensely ruggedly handsome, per usual. We're gonna snag those gaps or what? The ones on the upside? Given that we failed to break out above them, I kind of doubt it. Probably just keep going down. No problem, Lord Polopotamus. I only get haughty because I expect everyone to read Pickle's picks before market opens. Even though they've recently coincided with the open of the market. Joke's on you, tough guy. I can't read. Excellent. It's 2025, and I'm still trying to make fetch a thing. Wait, it already is. Hmm. I noticed a lot of job postings end up getting filled internally, and the old position is never backfilled. Okay. Are you trying to find... Are you trying to invalidate Jolt's data? You don't need to. It's already bullshit. I don't know how to trade this market. Go short or long at resistance with tight stops. If we push back above 50, could swing out to the upside and fill the upside gaps. Well, one of the gaps we fill here, but above 50 to fill the 65. And then, I don't know if that would get much of a... That might get a continuation. Yeah, so watch for the bounce to continue. Strangles? That's what I've been doing. It's worked out pretty well. Today's just okay so far, but it's a little bit of resistance here at 50. What did we test on the low? 20? 3. There's some news. Mexico President Scheinbaum. Rainy season can help the U.S. send more water, or send more water, help Mexico send more water to the U.S. There'll be an immediate delivery of water to Texas farmers. Traded to lighten bets on Fed rate cuts. See 3 policy rate reductions in 2025, beginning in June. Consumer unemployment expectations have risen to the highest level since 2009. Hey, that's me. Yes. Let's see. Getting some bot puts. Just to the downside of spot, but some bot calls just out of the money, which is a bit confusing. Still getting some more bot calls. Upside gaps at 65. Bot calls up to 75. Coming in. Not very many of them, but a few. There's some bot pets at 65, which might act as resistance. Interesting. To get a little bit of resistance on those. 50 test is kind of important. This is also the test of NQ VWAP and ES VWAP. Yeah, a little bit. Hmm. 63. Huh. Did we death cross? Uh, uh almost. Yeah, 50 MA below the 200 MA on the daily. Hmm. Did ES? Yeah, today. Spot calls at 95, 75. Few at 300. Not much at 95. Gaps filled. Uh, it's a little bit of resistance here. Not very much. Kind of running out of bot calls to the upside, though. Larry keeps saying the R word. Recession? Hmm. No plans for the weekend. Some errands to run and shit, but that's about it. Mm, huh. No, lower high is not good here. Still no like call capitulation on the 70-75 calls. Some of the out of the money calls capitulated, like the 85 5300s. Those sold off a bit. DF under GF? Not even close. We'd actually have to fall into some delta for that to happen. I think they're lowering longer carry trade leverage and holding this up with 0 DTEs. Correlation's starting to break down, but longer carry leverage is going up. It's up quite a bit today. 12 points. Pretty close to the high from the 8th. Thank you, guitar stuff. I was listening to you that. I wish I listened to you yesterday. That today will probably be flat. My strangle's getting wrecked. How far? How wide were you? The part of the smile you can see is a little skewed to the downside, but it's mm, the wider one's kind of mixed. There's a slight increase in vol on the move down, but there's a lot of like spikes in IV above spot, like 290, 315, 330. Things get a little worse under 5250, but just a little. Leaving the stream early today? No, I don't think so. Do you have anything? No. What's up, dork? Well, did you open and close a SPY 500 for $23? I'm so confused. I've never worn a Chicago Bulls hat, nor am I going to start. I don't think VIX is going anywhere anytime soon. I remember the cookies hat too. Stream's laggy? Shouldn't be. Pushing down into 50. Ridiculous bounce. This market's the best. So healthy. Trump shat his diaper. The fuck was that $40 candle? Bunch of futures buying. $20 above 5%. We slipped 50. Maybe just an attempt to stop from slipping into the negative gamma. Williams taking the gloves off. I expect growth to slow considerably to 1% this year. I see jobless rate rising between 4.5 and 5% this year. Nice. I think it'd rise faster than that. They always keep their expectations so tepid. If unemployment rises that much, it's going to keep going up. The Fed's holding pretty firm that they're not going to cut rates. Yet the market's pricing in that they are, which is kind of nuts. Mm. Mm. Slipping 40 a little. I moved down to test 25.20 again. There's a little bit of support down here. Boring. Retest 52. See if this fails. Chop, chop, chop. Yeah. There's definitely some incentive to bring realized vol down. Shockingly, market makers hate losing money. Although on the 15, we've already failed the trend and failed to break back above it, so I don't know. 52.47 to the downside. Thanks for the Pickles Picks morning update. Starting to get to them sooner. Have an awesome day. You too, Joshy. Hmm. I just became a member of Gamma Strike. Fuck yeah, Maeve. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear it. I hope it serves you well. That's on the MM. They're not supposed to pick a direction. Mm, they're not, technically. They're just trying to crush vol. I'm just not manipulating my spreads. They're doing it for a reason. Heading down to a test of 5,200 very, very slowly. No, there's support at like 30 and 25. It doesn't seem we're actually headed anywhere. Maybe we get a bounce here. Small one. Out to 65, 70. Yeah. $50 will be resistance, but we didn't bounce. Testing 25. A couple bot puts. 35.30. They're still out of the money bot calls, though. I'd be careful of bounces. Range getting tighter. Is it going to pick a direction soon? Maybe. fucking Windows weather app now has an ad with screaming Studio Ghibli AI boomer in it. Beautiful. More puts being bought at 35. Ooh, there's like a little bit of a struggle going on. Bot calls 45.60. Bot puts 35.30. Looks like we're inching closer to that bounce, though. I think we need to get above 45. Yeah, upside breakout. Ball's coming down a little. If the 30 puts capitulate here. So you saying things like 30 pips capitulating. Is that on GS? No. Well, yes. Like, technically. You can see the drop in IV on the 30 put, on the 35 put. Well, more the 35 right now, but this is like bullish consolidation across most of the day. Definitely since our last high. $45 breached, 75 next. I think 60, 65 would make more sense. Still a decent pile of calls to the upside. There's the push for 45. 60, 65, 70. You know what bullish consolidation also looks like? Slow aggressive selling. Sure, fair, valid. We have a little gap at 47 that we haven't filled yet. I mean, 50 is still some resistance. I'm just not sure it's a lot of resistance. Yeah, there's a pretty decent ramp to 75, a little bit of resistance at 75, and then potentially a ramp above 75 out to back out to 5,300. I think 5,300 is still pretty strong resistance. And 50 is also. So it'll be a struggle to get over 50, I think. It's a massive short strangle at 5,200, 5,300. Yeah, possibly. We usually see those come in when HV is significantly higher, like HV30 is higher than IV30. Shockingly, MMs don't like to sell options for cheaper than their potential performance. So I think they take some measures when HV is above IV, and it's pretty significantly above IV right now. However, if those are breached, woo boy. Or dumpies. We could lose the lower one as well. I don't know what the fuck max pain is. Who cares? It's an irrelevant number. I think it's gonna fail. It might. Some of the upside calls are capitulating and just taking the profits. So there's definitely a chance it does. More short vol need to move in here. I will say that they are selling puts despite not buying very many calls. A little pump. Officially 5K to 78K since the second. Nice, dude. Now you got that new house paid off in no time. Carl gets to go to college and it's gone. Beautiful. Top the gamma flip here. 73. There's a little bit of resistance there too, so this could be a rejection. Look at it's coming in here. Most of the bot calls are in the money now. I made 3K shorting Tesla today. I'm so back. Oh no. I'm still red. IWM. Are you long or short? IWM still red. NQ's actually up today. It's weird. Oh, look, we retested the trend again. How exciting. Why didn't you just fucking close it when it ran up to like 206 before the tariffs? If the Fed starts cutting rates, is IWM gonna piss racket? Possibly. This is boring. It's very astute of you, Sahib. I'm not surprised you made it this far in life with so much insight and intuition. I did. I did, in fact, predict flat for today. Trump can't fire J-Pow. He could deport him to, fucking El Salvador or whatever, but he can't fire him. I don't think the Supreme Court made a ruling on that. There's no case before them that has anything to do with it. The Supreme Court doesn't just come out and state things. Do you guys know how our judicial system works? You put a bag on your head and you wake up in Gitmo. Alright, fair. Bot puts. How expensive is that sweet, sweet options data? What? How much is Gamma Strike? It's the live data is 129 a month, unless you get it for a year. And you get like 2 months free. Right? Yeah. Ooh, pushed out a little higher. I still think this is gonna fail. Maybe reject on 85. Shortfall still coming in. That's tricky. Maybe the bot puts get burned here. It's possible. Hmm. Left a gap to the downside at 75. Hmm. Some bot puts coming in at 80. A little bit at 85. Sold calls 85 and 80. Also. Starting to slip the flip. Do you have GS indicator to tell you when we're searching for dumb plays so you can profit off of us? No, but that's genius. I like the way you think. To be kid. No. Is there something? It's probably the fucking neighbors. Hmm. I don't know any of that. No chance we've seen today's low yet, right? Well, we tested 20 and then like 28, 27. So higher low. It's crazy after this volatile week. We're basically back to where we were at open on Friday. Last Friday at open? Yeah. Yeah, we're pretty close to that. This keeps chopping here. I don't know if it's going to fail or not. It might. There's still, like, some of the in the money bot calls took profit. But, like, the 70 75s are still holding up. There's a few bot puts coming in around spot, but not very many of them. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Oh, sorry. There's bot puts at spot, couple bot calls to the upside. Not a ton of them. Options volume's pretty fucking low today, to be honest. Oh yeah, it looks like if they're strangling anything, it's like 52, 54. I don't think they're short strangling the 5300 strike. You did predict flat. Yeah, I know, but I don't want to be right. I don't know if it's going to test 5310 now, but I'm sure we could see a test of it at some point today. What did we get rejected off of? 5303. Yeah, maybe. One sec. We have to lose the downside to get. Oh, it's moving with some downhill momentum. 50? I mean, losing the gamma flip could start things off. There's a bit of a ramp down to 25. I mean, options interest is just still kind of shit, but yeah, I guess from like 75 to 25, some momentum could pick up. Maybe not like a lot, but warning, Trump is about to wake up. Yep. I'm surprised the dollar's holding over 100 right now. Is that about Spy? Oh, yeah, I know. It'll balance out. And that's what they're telling their clients over there at Spider. Hmm. Shockingly, a little bit of a profit-taking bounce there. One sec. Ooh, we broke up. Shit, I gotta close my calls. 40's resistance. 40 and 50. I don't have any puts. I have some longer dated puts, but I'm not getting rid of those. An awful lot of out of the money call buying. Was there news? Hmm. Hmm. I don't see anything recent on the India trade deal. Yeah, 40-50 is a bit of resistance. There's not super good support down here, but if we start getting above 40 or 50, then there is. Hmm. Yeah, that's what's kind of weird. Maybe. We could still run into like a pretty nasty rejection at the Delta flip. I'm surprised we broke the puts. No, there's plenty of upside. I mean, if we break 50, if we get above the delta flip, we're at resistance, but there's plenty of upside if this doesn't fail. I will say vol is picking up a little here on the second test. All this to dampen a sell-off into the weekend? Possibly, yeah. We're at 30. I mean, yeah, if we slip, we could fall back into the puts and get sucked back down again, but what's the bounce when you leave? Oh. It looked like a news reaction, but I don't see any news. Levitt's live. Put on Levitt. My positions don't want to get accidentally bazookaed. Just put a stop. Jesus. Fine. I don't really want to fucking listen to her. Just a vapid asshole. She's like the press secretary. flag? Well, like the whole ramp up? Sure. Maybe just a pump into this briefing. Thanks, you. A little bit of a rejection. One sec. I didn't leave. Bounce off 40.
The question is, which country is going to bring
Bounce back above 40. Hold on. There could be resistance here.
U.S. officials were urging China to have back-channel conversations with the President Xi Jinping and President Donald Trump as well, and should not retaliate. That, of course, did not happen. The 125% tariff added just this morning and a volatile week of uncertainty. No question about it, but that consumer sentiment number is one that the White House certainly has its eye on. That's a metric of how people are feeling, how people are sort of viewing the prices of everyday goods. So going into what is going to be an extended 3-month period of dealing with other countries to really lift the pause on the sweeping tariff plan. The question is, what happens with China? That is hanging over all of this. But the White House certainly is answering those questions as well. The President is heading to Walter Reed. He just arrived there a short time ago for his first physical since being in office the second time. So those are among some of the topics here to discuss later on.
Right. Make a hole. Make a hole. Jimmy. John is coming. John is coming, please. Oh, okay. I was just trying to. Yeah, no, you're fine.
Anytime.
This is like the overnight high on ES that we're retesting.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, you got the stage.
Mm.
They make a chemical that cools, so meaning that, it lasts more than a weekend. They were looking for Ramirez, not Rodriguez. So it was like a mess. They pick up Rodriguez and not Ramirez. Like, oh, we got it wrong. And it was like, they grab you, they send you to somebody's doctor, and then from there they go to for like 24 hours straight. Grab them as much as you can, send them to the scale, treat them, and send them to
Glazing and Gluck Gluck 9000. Yeah, but I think this is the only press conference today, so it's going to have some possible impact. What would you do if they fire Papa Powell and announce Michael Saylor to take his place? Start investing more heavily in the pound and the yen and the euro. What's the topic of the press conference? I have no fucking clue. One sec.
No, you're good. You're good. Stay.
they gonna start this shit today? Is Trump's pre-press briefer, like, pre-press blowy, taking too long? What the fuck is going on? This is how they stabilize the markets? I mean, yeah, actually.
Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Friday. As you all know, the president is currently undergoing his routine and long-scheduled physical at Walter Reed Medical Center, and we will have a readout from the White House physician. Last night, Casina Carolina arrived back safely in the United States after being detained in Russia for more than a year. Since Inauguration Day, President Trump and his team have secured the release of more than 40 detained Americans abroad. This is more than half of the number of Americans released by Joe Biden in 4 years. And President
I like
Trump
this, like, microphone in the back of the room.
80 days. This administration will continue to work hard to bring Americans home from around the world. As I've said before, and I will say it again today, everybody in this room has access to the most transparent and accessible president in American history. The cabinet meeting yesterday was further proof. President Trump asked each secretary to provide an update to all of you in the media on the critical work they are doing at their respective agencies to deliver on his agenda. And according to new reporting from the Washington Times, who I believe is in this room today, President Trump answered nearly 100 questions from the press, all of you, during his first 3 open press cabinet meetings this year. That's nearly 20 times the number answered by Joe Biden in cabinet meetings during his entire 4 years in office. In more excellent economic news that was released yesterday, the Consumer Price Index report showed inflation fell to 2.4% in March, smashing expectations for the second straight month in a row. This marked the first drop in consumer prices dating all the way back to the COVID pandemic. Prescription drug prices saw the largest monthly decline on record. Prices for airfare, used vehicles, and car insurance all decreased as well. And energy prices fell 2.4% in March, driven by plummeting gas prices around the country. Also yesterday,
Just describing a recession.
Trump's call to move forward the budget resolution and officially set the
Just
stage.
literally outlining point by point the things that cause a recession. People have stopped buying shit and oil's crashing.
The largest tax cuts and deregulation in history, coupled with our energy industry unleashed and renegotiated trade agreements that put America first,
I feel like calling her Barbie is an insult to Barbie.
Of America. On that note, more than 75 countries have now reached out to the Trump administration, eager to address the trade issues that have exploited America and hurt our workers in the process. The phones have been ringing off the hook to make deals, and these countries wisely heeded President Trump's warning not to retaliate, and as a result, they were rewarded with a 90-day pause and substantially lower reciprocal tariff rates during this period so potential solutions can be achieved. Past presidents just willingly accepted the failed status quo on trade that ripped off our workers and our companies. But that's not who this president is. He creates his own leverage and negotiates deals better than anyone else who has sat in the Oval Office before him. And that process is currently underway. On another matter, the deadline for registration under the Alien Registration Act is today. All foreign nationals present in the United States longer than 30 days must register with the federal government.
She's a table-pounding simpleton.
Punishable by fines, imprisonment, or both.
Don't compare her to people with brains.
Secretary Noem have both said, if you register and you leave now, you choose to self-deport. You may have the opportunity to return later legally. But if not, you will be arrested, fined, deported, never to return to our country again.
This is how the Holocaust started. That was actually Joseph Goebbels.
We must know who is in our country for the safety and the security of our homeland and for all American citizens. I also have a note from the First Lady to share with you on this Friday. On Tuesday this week, First Lady Melania Trump celebrated the advancement of the Take It Down Act in the House Energy and Commerce Committee. The important legislation passed the committee with bipartisan support, and as you may remember, the president talked about this bill in his address to a joint session of Congress last month. The First Lady remains dedicated to her championing child well-being, ensuring that every young person can thrive, and
Wait, Melania's doing shit?
agenda. We urge Congress to swiftly pass this important legislation. Here in our new media seat today, we have Jordan Berman. Jordan is a social media content creator and influencer, and a lawyer who grew up following breaking down the news from a neutral perspective. Jordan is the host of her own podcast called Unbiased Politics, where she dissects the top stories from the week from a legal perspective. Jordan focuses on bringing back real journalism from a nonpartisan perspective and has mastered explaining complex legal decisions to a mass audience in the short term.
She means, let me translate that. Jordan chortles our balls real hard, so we're pumping her stream.
With that, please kick us off, Jordan.
As you know, yesterday the House passed the SAVE Act, and many married women, soon-to-be married women, are concerned that the new voter ID... nonpartisan right-wing extremist perspective. ...women voters in America to ease their concerns.
Sure. Well, the SAVE Act, as you mentioned, was passed by the House yesterday. This is the Safe
JPM puts are not supportive.
Eligibility Act. I believe I'm getting that correct. And this act is a common sense measure. It would require proof of citizenship for voting in our elections. The Democrats have been fear-mongering about this bill, have been saying that married women, if their name has changed, they didn't change it on their identification, would not be able to vote. That is complete fallacy. There are outlined in the bill about how to avoid that. The president very much supports a common sense solution to ensuring that only citizens can engage in our elections. This is critical.
She's very hateable, Maeve. She's like political rage bait.
Need to have in our electoral process. So the president supports this bill, and that is a myth that has been proven wrong by the text of this bill, and I believe some of the co-sponsors of the bill have been very vocal in addressing that, and certainly I myself, as a married woman, would not stand before this podium if the president did not support such a common sense measure.
Married to an octogenarian.
I actually want to give a voice to the American people. I sourced a question from one of my listeners. Her name is Bryn. She is from Oregon. And she asked,
so women have to take extra steps not to lose franchise, just like the incels wanted.
That will be generated by tariffs imposed on foreign goods. How will the administration facilitate the development of American industries when many critical components, labor, parts, etc., are much cheaper and more feasible from foreign entities?
It's a great question. From your
She looks older than her husband. That's just because her upper lip is paralyzed.
Part of the new media seat is so that everyday Americans across the country have a voice in this room. So thank you again for being here. Thanks for the question. The president's point about his trade and tariff agenda is to bolster our manufacturing industries here in our country, to bring down the cost of living here in our country, and to ensure that we are maintaining critical supply chains here in America. We cannot be dependent on countries like China if we want this country to be strong and wealthy. So the president wants to restore wealth to America by shoring up these jobs here at home, which will result in good paying jobs and higher wages for the American public. And so Americans should trust in that process. He effectively implemented tariffs in his first term while driving down the cost of living in this country, and that's what he's focused on doing again. Thank you.
As a follow-up question, could I just ask, are there any specific...
Doing great, Homer's Gifts. How you been, man?
What that revenue
Been a while.
Sure.
I assume you're back because you think it's MOASS.
The president has spoke about the trillions of dollars that he expects in revenue from tariffs and how we can use it to pay down our debt and to ensure that we are no longer faced with a crippling national debt in the trillions that is going to bankrupt our nation for future generations. So that money coming back home will make America in the green rather than in the red, which any small business owner across the country, I believe, can appreciate.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kelly.
Tomorrow there will be negotiations between the United States and Iran in Oman. What are the president's chief goals for that, and is he satisfied with how Iran is responding to this? They don't want direct face-to-face negotiations, instead sort of old-school shuttle diplomacy where they're in separate rooms.
I feel like today's been a persistently larger gap between flips versus what we've seen other days. Yeah, that's accurate. There was not a lot of delta around spot. As you can see in this, like the screenshots from this morning.
Direct talks with the Iranians, and I want to make that very clear. I also spoke to the president just last night about his goal.
How you
when it
been,
comes
man?
To Iran. And he has reiterated repeatedly to all of you publicly and also privately to his team here at the White House, his ultimate goal and the ultimate objective is to ensure that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. The president believes in diplomacy, direct talks, talking directly in the same room in order to achieve that goal. But he's made it very clear to the Iranians, and his national security team will as well, that all options are on the table, and Iran has a choice to make. You can agree to President Trump's demand, or there will be all hell to pay. And that's how the president feels. He feels very strongly about it.
And can you update us on Mr. Witkoff in Russia and what's happening with direct communications with Vladimir Putin?
I can confirm that Mr. Witkoff is in Russia to have direct communications with the Kremlin and with Vladimir Putin. This is another step in the negotiating process towards a ceasefire and an ultimate peace deal in Russia and Ukraine. As these negotiations are ongoing, I obviously will not get ahead of the president or his team, but I think the president has been quite clear that he's been continually frustrated with both sides of this conflict, and he wants to see this fighting end. He wants the war to end. We believe we have leverage in negotiating a deal, to a peace deal, and we're going to use that leverage, and the president is determined to see this through.
Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has said China wants to make a deal on tariffs. The president says he has a great relationship with Chinese President Xi. He's willing to speak with him directly. Why doesn't the president just pick up the phone and get this ball going?
All of the things the president just said are true. The president, as I said from the podium just a few days ago when I was up here, would be gracious if China intends to make a deal with the United States. If China continues to retaliate, it's not good for China. The United States of America is the strongest, best economy in the world, as evidenced by the more than 75 countries who have called the administration immediately to cut good deals. So the president wants to do what's right for the American people. He wants to see fair trade practices around the globe, and that's his intention and his goal.
So is he waiting for China to make the first move here?
I'm not going to comment on communications that are happening or may not be happening, or either way. We'll leave it to our national security team to get these discussions underway. And as always, in the effort of transparency, we will provide updates moving forward. But the president has made it very clear he's open to a deal with China.
Why is he optimistic that China's going to make a deal or wants to make a deal? If they're not talking, where's that optimism come
He's
from?
optimistic.
Hey,
Sean.
why would any of our allies work with us to isolate China in a trade war if we're treating friend and foe alike?
You'll have to talk to our allies who are reaching out to us. The phones are ringing off of the hooks. They've made it very clear they need the United States of America. They need
My wife
our
refers to her as Trump's future Monica Lewinsky, or maybe even current. I don't think Trump's into fatties. He seems to like the anorexic look.
Tariff trade barriers as well. We've
Fine,
heard from
chubbies.
South Korea. We've heard from Japan. The president has spoken to Vietnam. We have Italy coming to the White House next week. There's a reason for that, Sean, and it's because they need the United States of America and our business model and our markets to survive, and the president is using that leverage to our advantage. Michael.
Hey, thank you, Caroline. Two-part question. China, Beijing says it will simply ignore any further tariff escalations from the U.S. Does President Trump see this as China backing down? And as a follow-up to that, what do you say to people like Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary who say, you guys simply haven't tariffed China enough?
Look, the tariff rate...
His Cheeto would get soggy.
Yesterday, at the 145% level, the president made it very clear when the United States is punched, he will punch back harder, and he hopes to make a deal that benefits the American worker and our companies that have been ripped off for far too long, and he's finally taking bold and courageous action to do that. You know, taking on China is, in the terms of trade and tariffs, is something that both Democrats and Republicans alike have spoken about for decades. President Trump is finally doing it.
Caroline, real quick, the president of El Salvador is coming to the White House on Monday. Does President Trump want him to bring Kilmar Abrego Garcia with him?
The Supreme Court made their ruling last night very clear that it's the administration's responsibility to facilitate the return, not to effectuate the return. I believe the Department of Justice just filed another brief in the lower court. I would defer you to that for any updates. But as you mentioned, President Bukele will be here at the White House on Monday to talk about the cooperation that is at
This
an
woman.
all-time high. And we very much appreciate President Bukele and El Salvador's cooperation and the repatriation of El Salvadorian gang members who the previous administration allowed to infiltrate our country. Sure.
Thank you very much, Caroline. The president spoke quite highly of the relationship that he has with the Turkish president. president. We know that the president might be heading off to the Middle East very soon. Is he planning to meet with the Turkish president, either here in the White House or in Turkey? Any plans?
I don't have any details about the president's overseas trip other than to say he was surely going to Saudi Arabia. There could be more countries as part of that trip. We're working on the details, and as I've said repeatedly...
Wait, why is it okay to call Monica Lewinsky chubby?
A trip to Turkey, or his invitation to the Turkish president? Is it
I know I'm chubby. That's why I can make the claim.
The details of the trip, but once they're confirmed, I will certainly let you all know. Yes, Stephen.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd like to ask you about presidential health and also about tariffs. On presidential health, are there plans for the president's physician to come here and take our questions? And also, President Trump repeatedly makes remarks about the former president's health. Is he considering using his executive powers to bring any greater transparency there?
As I have said, the president is undergoing his long-scheduled physical. It's a yearly physical that
she is not hot,
receives, and we will provide an update on that by the president's physician as soon as we possibly can.
I mean, subjective, whatever, but gross.
Well, I can tell you there was certainly a lack of transparency from the former president, from the entire former administration, and frankly, a lot of people in this room when it came to the health and the competence of the former president of the United States, Joe Biden. There was one of the greatest cover-ups and frankly political scandals this nation has ever seen. It's been unraveled in some recent books that are being written by journalists who engaged in that cover-up and scandal, which is quite ironic. But
Manhattan
the president
4.
is clearly committed to transparency. You in this room see him and hear from him on a daily basis. You in this room know from covering him, it's hard to keep up with him. He is a machine working around the clock.
California
every
too.
day. And the physician, after today's physical, will provide an update on the report in the effort of transparency.
If I could ask about tariffs, there have been big swings this week in the Treasury bond yields. There's a theory that it might be because of China.
Cancel Tucky 27.
Leverage, driving up costs for U.S. loans like mortgages. Does the White House have evidence that this is in fact a result of Chinese dumping, and if so, is there a message on that?
Not to my knowledge. I would check in with the Treasury Department on that. I can tell you, I know our Secretary of Treasury, Scott Bessent, is keeping a very close eye on the bond market. He spoke about it at the White House this week, and I know he's keeping his eyes on it day to day. Ed.
Thanks. Thank you, Caroline. So the administration, I have an administration source who's telling me that we're weeks away from the first deal with the country over tariffs. Where is the administration? How soon can we see that? And what country is that first one?
I won't reveal or get ahead of our trade team as these negotiations are obviously ongoing, but I can tell you very good progress has been made. Jameson Greer was on television this morning, and I spoke to him, and he confirmed that more than 15 offers are already on the table, which is remarkable in just a mere matter of days. And as I said earlier, we've heard from more than 75 countries around the world.
No one's calling.
The president has a team of great, brilliant advisors. Who have been with him every step of the way, and all of them will be divvying up the workload. And I just want to give the president and his trade team credit for taking this on. This is a massive undertaking. There's no doubt about it. We take it very seriously. The president is determined to renegotiate global trade on behalf of American workers. And again, you've seen people on both sides of the aisles calling for this for years, but I think no other president lacked the courage or maybe the work ethic or the stamina to take on such a task. And I know there were some questions about the president's delayed departure earlier to Walter Reed. I'd like to address it was because he is working on this very issue, so he was running a bit behind this morning.
This is scary, right?
What would the president need to see in order to extend
Like a little bit.
90-day pause for countries on tariffs?
Well, I think the president addressed this yesterday when he said he's hoping that there will be good deals made before the 90 days is up, and we will cut those deals as soon as we possibly can, country by country, tailor-made deals for each and every country as they all propose unique challenges and unique assets to each country, advantages rather, and when that 90-day mark hits, the president will make that decision then.
One more, if I could, on a different subject. So a bird earlier attacked my colleague, Peter Ducey, during a live shot at
I'm
the
wondering
White
if
House.
that's why Peter is absent from his seat. Is he doing okay?
He's recovering.
Has anyone checked on him?
He's recovering. Is anyone looking into that incident?
I could check in with GSA to see if anybody here is looking into it. I also understand there was a mouse in the briefing.
How does she know Trump has stamina?
Checked in on that. I'm hoping it doesn't run up here and distract me. That would be a good way for all of you to distract me, actually.
Was there a serious talk with my girlfriend about leaving the country?
So I'll get
I've thought about
for
it
you on
too.
that, out of respect
Fuck
for
this
our
place.
Peter. Jeff.
Especially if it's gonna be a massive food desert,
Look,
because
I think there's
EU
great
retaliates on
optimism in this
tariffs.
economy. Great optimism.
I won't live in a
American
country that
people,
doesn't
a lot of
have
reason
ready
feel
access to
optimistic.
Pecorino Romano.
The president is, as I just said, trying to renegotiate the global trade agenda that has ripped off the American people for far too long. As he said, this is going to be a period of transition. He wants consumers to trust in him, and they should trust in him. Look at what he did in his first term. And I just want to reiterate all of the reasons to be confident since you asked, Jeff. For those watching at home, yesterday the CPI report, inflation declined massively. Consumer prices are dropping for the first time in years. Energy prices are down. In fact, oil prices are down 20% since this president took office. Wholesale prices fell again. There have been trillions of dollars in investments into this country. Every day the president is signing executive orders to cut regulation, especially when it comes to Environmental Protection Agency, our energy industry. That's going to unleash the economic boom in this country that we saw in the president's first term. So trust in President Trump. He knows what he's doing. This is a proven economic formula.
What is he asking of Americans at this time? He talked about transition costs, transition problems. Is he asking something specific for Americans to do?
No, I think the president is asking for Americans trust in Trump, as I just said, trust in his economic agenda and formula. It's a proven formula that works. And by the way, clearly the American people do in fact trust him because they did.
Does she know how to read the formula?
Jennifer.
It's not proven.
I'm asking about the physical. Is he undergoing any?
So everyone's clear on that.
Can you outline any?
It is an unproven formula.
He is not. He is undergoing quite a few tests, imaging. Again, it's a it's a yearly physical, so there's quite a lot that goes into it to make sure the president is accomplishing all of his goals, and we will provide a readout of that as soon as we can.
And will you be committed to releasing all of the results, as many of the results as possible?
Of course, yes. The president's physician will do that. I spoke with him.
It's proven that it's fucking up the market.
Also consider releasing
Valid.
the president's fitness plan. He actually looks healthier than ever before. Healthier than he did 8 years ago, and I'm sure everybody in this room could agree. Is he working out with Bobby Kennedy? And is he eating less McDonald's?
I can confirm the president is in very good shape, as you see, on a near daily basis here. And in that vein, thank God it's Friday. It's been a very long and busy week here at the White House. We will see you all on Monday, and we will release the results of that report as soon as we can. Have a great weekend, everybody. Thank you.
Have a great week.
Well, that was fucking uneventful. I'm glad the market pumped $500 million in advance. I don't think there was any vol pumped into the event. I don't think these repeated tests of the Delta flip are positive. Especially when they keep failing. There's still a bunch of bot calls to the upside of 53.30. Just don't seem to be getting over it. Fifty test. Hmm. Why is Apple going up? Who the fuck knows? Hmm. The Fed said absolutely ready to help stabilize the market if needed. Top official says. Ooh, interesting. The Fed's putting their put back. How's that bullish? No one knows. No, we still had a bunch of out of the money bot calls. Yes, 5400 test. Type resistance at 54.19 on ES. No. Interesting. ES top resistance. Is this all bot calls? It was, yeah. Doing some bot puts coming in at 50. Not a lot of them. A few. There's still a lot of bot calls to the upside all the way up to 54.50. I'd be personally Clarence Thomas making love to his wife on the roof of their Winnebago. Who bought the Winnebago? I also love Gherkin. And here's a hot dog for everyone. Thank you so much. Enjoy your glizzy, guys. Can you scroll up GS so we can see the pets? No, you can buy it though. Chill. Do you think it was the Fed that did that to yields? Absolutely. Isn't the Fed saying that's super bullish for the short term? Eh. It wasn't actually what was said in the presser, it was what the Fed said. How to get what? To Sesame Street? No, it's mostly calls. LS, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. You sure to like the stream. It's Kirk's Uber money. This shit's getting expensive. I took an Uber to Whole Foods like a week ago. It's like, I don't know, like a 12-minute drive. It was like $45. Yeah, but I didn't want to like walk over to my car and go like fucking drive back. It's not that shitty of a song, alright? I wrote it. Fuck you. It's moderately shitty. It is mid, I know. I just didn't want to. I've been listening to the same fucking song for 2 years. I needed to mix it up. And this one doesn't mention GME. Yeah, which is a huge plus. I don't have a song about being shirtless. Thanks, Dave. I don't know. I just never thought about writing one. Maybe something in the style of like Barry White. Kenny G. How's Dia feedback? You made a ton off GME. The hate is unwarranted. No, it's not. It's a super shitty, terrible investment, and people should know that. The guy who runs the company is a fucking asshat. That's cute. You wonder what DFB has been up to? Making money on other shit. Is it a good time to short GME? Puts always suck on it. Except when Cohen announces dilution. I think you meant SS hating on you. The Gamma Strike documentation might be the best free options information anywhere. I had no idea 80% of the market intraday moves were from hedging. Okay, don't say that, because you're going to inflate JFresh's ego even more. Is JFresh still fighting with the mods? I don't know. Probably. Which quant has the biggest peener? That's a good question. We have a pact that they all have to be exactly the same length to the millimeter. Otherwise, you just can't get any work done. Not looking forward to when that's enforced for you guys, not me. He's not fighting with the mods. He's fighting with the rules channel in the Discord. House divided. Cannot stand. Thank you. SPX doesn't have volume. Duplexes, checkmate. So trading you volume bars on SPX are nonsense. I mean, you're looking at the CFDs on SPX. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any volume bars. This head and shoulders picks up than crime. It's actually not a head and shoulders. Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. We'll see. A bunch of the 55 calls closed. I feel like there's still so many bot calls. Hmm. Why is VIX still at 40? It's at 39.78, technically. ES is kind of dumping. We have two gaps to the downside, 33 and 23. Puts her at 10. Maybe. Hmm. Say something bearish. Something bearish. BTU is up 10%. I know. I hope it keeps ripping. I want Trump to say no tariffs on Chinese coal. Everybody in the world should have access to beautiful, clean coal. More sell-off. Yes. If we lose the 40 support, we could slide. I bet. Might need to get below the delta flip. Yeah, I need to get below the delta flip. Still big fucking gaps to the downside at 30. Well, not big, but there's gaps to the downside at 33 and 23. The cleanest coal can only be reached by children. Valid. Serious question about B. Riley. Are you still looking at them for upside? No. If you wanna like look into what's going on with them and invest long term, be my guest. But I haven't touched it since I traded the options on it. What about BNAD? Is it below $6? No. They split off their investment side? Ew. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with them. Education Secretary Linda McMahon said AI A1 artificial intelligence A1 like the steak sauce. What the fuck? What about Celsius? Hmm. Getting some bot calls coming in 55.60. A bit out of the money though. There's a shitload of bot calls at 53.60 right now. I wonder why. It's a little bit of a skew to the downside below spot. Hmm. Yeah, futures seems to be mostly driving the sell-off here, so I'm kind of curious to see if it keeps selling off. There's not a lot of bot puts. There's bot calls that are closing, but not even very many of those. VIX back above 40. Interesting. Are the JPM puts pulling down? Not, maybe a little. There's gaps too. Sure, interesting. Do we chop here into the end of the day? Hmm. I don't know. I feel like we're probably gonna move. We still have an hour and a half. We have a small, kind of low volume bounce on ES. Might fail. This is the breakout from the downside consolidation, so if it does fail, it's pretty bearish. Picking up a little bit more volume on the bounce. Looks like the bot calls kind of top out around 60. Or at least the shit bot over the last like 30 minutes. So Delta Float moving up bullish? A little bit. Yes, but bad for support. Still a chunk of this move up that was predicated on or pushed by bot calls. The 10-3 is gooning. Live Creeksway strike was flat gamma below 53.30. Does that mean less resistance or less squeeze downwards? Less support? And then also, yeah, less gamma to drive momentum. Deposit 400 at 11:30, but 1:30 at 7:13. 3-day trades, 7 contracts. There's hectic, like a one-man orgy. Squamskin knows what I'm talking about. Don't drag Squamskin to your fucking weird shit. I'm not even sure it's gonna go up the rest of today. But, I mean, generally speaking, yes. This today, Monday, and Tuesday are more bullish. Scary or calm weekend ahead? No one has any fucking clue. Have you told everyone that we have a short week next week? I think everyone knows, right? It's Good Friday. In case anybody didn't. Are Bulls trying to bleed the Bears out? I'm just really not any Bears around spot right now. Every weekend is scary with Trump at the wheel. Yeah. And Vol's still pretty elevated. Although, I don't know how much confidence the market's going to have in, what the what the Fed said today, so. And that is definitely a factor. This breakout's losing a bit of steam. Mm-hmm. He's bullish. No, it's not. More of that. Valid. Seems kind of not so bullish. That's what I said. There's no volume. There is on the downside move. I've been sussing all morning on this. The Chinese increase is 145. That was yesterday, I think. Well, the U.S. side of it was 145 last I heard. Wait, didn't the last like? Under 44 would be pretty bad. Or under 40, rather. The gamma falls off under 40. It doesn't go negative, though. It just falls, like, really flat. was the weirdest fucking price action. They're just trying to. I feel like they're just trying to save the distribution at this point. Ow. Yeah, no, they're all getting rejected because there's nothing to the upside. There's nothing there. There's just this like big pile of bot calls at 55 and 60 that we keep snapping back to, which is fucking strange. Bengals for Thursday. Ooh, something just happened at 5400. Hold on. It was a big bump. The fuck were those? Oh, okay. Looks like calls closing. Hmm. I think bot calls. It's hard to tell that they're very far out of the money, but I think I think bot calls sold to close. He's ready for 10% mortgage rates. Yeah, yields are pushing right back up again. I mean, frankly, they shouldn't have come down, but here we are. Ooh, overwhelmingly becoming bot pits at 5360. 5350 calls took profit. There's some bot puts down at 5340. Bot puts coming in at 5385, 5370. Almost all the out of the money calls are taking profit here. Why is Dixie down? Deflationary month over month reports for both CPI and PPI. Yeah, it's also that. Some of it's China. But yuan's down against the dollar today, so I don't think too much on the Chinese side. I think today's drop in the dollar is just PPI. The basis trade's still being leveraged up, last I looked. Fed's not gonna pump this time, right? Could try. Forward yield on vol's down to it's one of the lowest levels since like the 8th. Pretty big drop. Bear steepener's calming down a bit. Just a bit. They're not the same, but they're related. Mm, technically, we could lose 50. I don't know. Vol's awfully high for butterflies. Vol's coming down pretty sharply on the bounce, too. Hmm. The pickle jar is bullish again, Garrick. Nice. Have you been buying less theta for your straddles and strangles? Yes. Although I'm gonna buy a little more, I think, this weekend. Must be time to buy pits then. Yeah, the ladder moves really fast on NQ. Still bearish? I'm not bullish. I mean, I don't have any fucking positions right now, so not really anything, but... Hmm. Quite a bit of delta to the downside. Mm. Hmm. You gonna degen something into close? I don't know. Probably not. Yeah. Probably not. I'm kind of curious if the like 5360, 5355 calls are gonna take profit. There's still bot pets at 60 and at 70. If they did, this would be, I don't know, moderately interesting, I guess. Head and shoulders. I'm gonna stick my phone to the shower speaker and listen to the end of the day wet and disrobed. my consciousness is not integrated with Gamma Strike. Okay, I'm done trading futures. It's getting boring. Farted around and found out what? Could this test 50? Maybe. Depends. If the calls capitulate here, then it's possible. I'm trying to play upside since 145. Hasn't been fun. Yeah. Ooh. 60 calls are out of the money again. I'm gonna close some of those. It's a bunch of bot puts at 10. Hmm. Can you play Let It Fall? No, it's not gonna work. I don't know. Maybe this will be the capitulation of the calls on the back end of the distribution. And this fucking bounce is terrible on ES, so.
Costellosaurus put their pickle in my jar. Do we have to wait until after OPEX
Zolosaurus.
to crash?
Do we have to wait until after OPEX to crash? Wind downs. The slow grind up killed my straddle. I miss VIX above 50. VIX is still quite high at 36, but it is the thing grinding down the most today. It's very likely that we could see vol fall into the VIXpiration. And then we'll see what happens after that. I'm not even sure who said that the Fed put was in place today. It was like an anonymous source from the Fed, which is suspicious as fuck. Was it Collins? Oh, Delta flip would be cool. Difficult. The bot calls that are at the money aren't really closing, so. Futures will have to sell off. Kenny played me like a fiddle this afternoon. Hmm. I don't know. I only made like one trade today, and I just like went long the break above the breakout above the puts. Future sellers have the opportunity to do the funniest thing right now. Do they? Mm. Went up two. Literally up like 3% from the intraday low. Stop buying puts above the Delta flip. Hmm. Six minutes left. Later, Balani. This is the most boring fucking close ever. 3 minutes. Ooh, I should go long vol a bit here. Into the weekend. Should I? Hmm. Ooh. It's too late, but some of the calls are taking profits. Fuck, I don't think it fucking matters now. It's not like we're gonna dump $20 in 1 minute. Ding ding. Huge 5,400 position got fucked here. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, but they closed out earlier. Alright. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Well, not as flat as I wanted it to be, but still pretty flat. So far we've managed to hold the trend from the prior low after the bounce. Although this isn't looking great. The fact that we haven't regained the prior high is really shitty. And over the last 2 days, the 2 days leading into SLD tend to be more bullish. But I think margin might be kind of fucked right now, so it may just lead to more selling rather than more upside. Volatility remained fairly elevated into the weekend. It did come down about 7% today. And 3-month vol came down a little bit also, but not substantially. And with the dollar declining and yields still kind of pushing higher, I'm not entirely sure we're gonna see too much actual bullishness during that period, and then we get hit with SLD into the OPEX expiry, which will be next Thursday, not Friday, because there is no trading on Friday next week. I'm not really sure how that holiday is going to disrupt the normal kind of flow of things, but it's going to have some effect. Here on ES, very very similar. I mean, we had bullish consolidation that broke down, that snapped back up, and we got some bearish consolidation that broke down a little bit earlier this morning, but recovered. Still lower high on the like 54.14 test. This range really. No test of 54.25 yet. This isn't looking great for a reversal going into the weekend. I mean, obviously things could improve over the next 2 days, but this still really needs to push back out above 5,500, and so far it doesn't look great. Like really shaky, kind of shitty low volume consolidation. The only volume that we saw all day was on that sell-off from the upside test. Dollar, I mean, not at the lows of the day, but still declining pretty rapidly with the top end of the curve moving up. The 20-year peaked above 5% today, and came back down on the Fed's announcement, which coincided very, very well with the 10-year hitting about 4.5. That range, like 4.5 to 5, expect to see a lot of government action, because that's where bank risk starts picking up, and who the fuck knows what it looks like now, especially since the stress reports are done for. Commodity index actually did pretty good today. Oil pushed up about 2%. Gold still rising. Silver up. Copper looks like materials and agricultural mostly up too. So yeah, energy metals, precious metals, all doing well. Correlation spiked this morning, came down, but set a higher low, which might be interesting. So dispersion ended up not getting pushed quite as hard today as it did yesterday, which could be a sign that some of the dispersion trade is starting to capitulate. And leverage fell off pretty hard at the end of the day after it got that nice pump out of the bottom this morning. And we did see a rise in leverage on the short end as well, which is generally indicative of when we see bulls coming in. So far, this forward yield on volatility has kind of been the low over the last 3 days. There was a slight dip below, but overall, like, you know, about 30%. Seems to be where like the forward yield on volatility is holding up pretty well. And so any dip below that, we might see some demand. Move flat yesterday. Maybe probably down a little more today, but 3-month correlation still rising, so we might see a snapback in yields fairly soon. And yesterday, yeah, out of the money put demand picked up. Let's see, correlation between VIX and cash VIX kept climbing higher today. So we're still not seeing a significant amount of short vol widening that spread at all. Now we do have the VX. VX expiration coming up this Wednesday, so we might see more interest in shorting vol following the VIX expiration, because the forward curve does kind of push down over like the May and June expirations. But we're still very much in backwardation there, and it could be a while before we see that kind of normalize. And until it does, I mean, I don't think we're going to see any really significant short volatility positioning, because the risk is just simply too high. Which means we'll stay in markets where volatility is elevated. 9.94% of the S&P OS 20-day moving average. Fed fund futures pulling back a little from 2 rate cuts into the June expiry. Or September, sorry, this is the September contract. So two rate cuts by September, but pricing in almost 3 for the year at this point. So a lot of hope pinned on the Fed cutting rates right now, and that narrative's starting to get spun up more and more. Although the Fed has been, I think, beyond clear that they have really no intention of cutting rates until they see the impact from tariffs. And so the next meeting's in May. There's a little bit of time, but, you know, to get 3 cuts by end of year, we would have to get one. The August meeting, Jackson Hole, and then we'd have to get one in September and one in December, which seems excessive. If core inflation moves up substantially, The Fed's probably not going to be able to do much with the current rates for a while. And if it moves up too much, they'll have to raise. My butterfly at 65 paid off. Fun being Kenny. Nice, dude. Well done. Any significant data coming out next week? I didn't really look, but we'll cover all that on Sunday. 20th green day in a row for me. Thank you, Gamma Strike. That's fucking awesome, man. Does it make it bearable to live in New Jersey? Hated today. Loved the stream. Thanks, man. Yeah. Today was not for a 3% move to the upside. It wasn't very fun. How was CPI and PPI? So CPI and PPI came in low. They came in lower than expected. But they both came in so low, and the drop in core was so substantial that the explanation for them is not that inflation is coming down. It is that his demand has fallen off of a cliff. Not only on the consumer side, but the producer side as well. Man, you nailed the week. I came pretty close. I was a little bit off at the end. It definitely wasn't nearly as perfect as last week's, but it was pretty good. Actually, you know what? It's probably about within the same range that I was wrong last week. Because last week I was off like 1% to the downside. This week it looks like I was off 1% to the upside. 98 points to the upside. So pretty fucking good. Not gonna lie. I definitely banked some money on my own assumption that we would move up this week. I felt like last week vol got like way too over compressed, and things really just needed to snap back. And now that they have though, and we're starting to see vol decline, it's very possible that after the expiration that. But I hope you guys made some money at least on, you know, assuming some upside out of this week. Anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. I will see you Sunday for the members stream. And have a great weekend, everybody. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.